I know she is. Hey, Maxie. Maxie Wags, what you doing, baby? Hmm? Alright, let's find another rock. Hopefully a decent rock. What are you doing, Maxie Wags? Hmm? Let's check this guy out over there. Magsy Wags, what are you doing, baby? What's Magsy Wags doing? Ooh, rock party. Titanium, 10%. Seen better. Titanium, 24%. That's doable. That's the 24, and that's the 10. So let's see if we can get a position to get them both. I don't think we can. They're pretty far apart. So let's see here. Yeah, they're pretty far apart. joystick is seriously pissing me off. Okay. It's a mystery rock floating away. 21% titanium. Titanium. That one is corundium and it's dead rock. Corundium, ugh. Okay, corundium, 3% titanium, 2% titanium. Oh, I don't think we can pop that from here. It's a little far away. Ah, shit. Gotta move the ship. I know, right, Magsy? Right? Let's move this thing. What are these things? Alright, that's titanium 5%. Whoopsie. This one's titanium 32%. This one is titanium 3%. What are you? Titanium 41%. Yeah, that's a keeper. There we go. Titanium 30%. That's definitely a keeper. 13%. So these are all decent rocks. Just gotta get close enough to break them. Let's do... Ooh, easy. Joystick's acting. Fuck. Alright, let's get in there. There we go. Come on. That was 26%. Where's the big guy at? This was the big guy, I think. One of these. 41. That's the one we're gonna pop first. There we go. %, 46%. See, it didn't break in a good way. Crappy breaks. Filling up my boat full of crap. What do we got? 75. See, now that's a better number. I like that better. 13%. We have another purple up here. 7%. I think we'll pass. We'll grab this one though. Yeah, we'll grab that one. Let's bring this. Oop. Yeah, let's bring this guy. That ought to be fine now. You are 10% titanium. What? Diamond? I don't remember seeing any diamond in there. Weird. Whatever. We'll grab it. fragments. That's pretty cool. I'm gonna wind up being full here. Just crap. I know we have some heavy in there. And titanium. So I think we'll haul that out. 2% titanium, that's not going to break very well. That'll break decent. Should break into 2 pieces, 3 pieces. 350, 360, yeah, 3 pieces. The second fracture on these rocks is typically harvestable. Not always, but typically. You do sometimes get some that are just over the 330 range. Yeah, that worked. Come on. Let's get this guy. You. What the hell? What's I get up to? Can't get it. This was 7%. Do I want to try it? That's going to break down to 7%. I don't think we can get enough heat on this rock from this distance. It's too far away. Maybe if we get creepy on it. Might be able to do it creepy. Rubber banding, that's not a good sign. %, nope, that is shit. You are 7%. Should break into 3, probably might have been 20%. Ish. Any good chunks? Not really. Nope. That is shit. And you are shit. Let's see if we can find a better rock. Still got about 20 SCU left. Maybe we can find a nice laranite rock or something. That would be nice. For a while, there was this thing where ATC and Lorville and Delamar would stand up and show us a scratch. See a distance pip. I think these are ghost rocks. We can't scan them. Yeah, they're ghost rocks. And another ghost rock? Really? Damn it. What's going on with the server? Fuckery is afoot. Fuckery is definitely afoot. I need a good rock. Give me a good rock. Ground battle. That'd be cool. Come on, let's find a good rock. Finding ghost rocks, which aren't exactly useful. Uh-oh.
Copying. Stanton.
Exolite, 2% titanium, 12. I'll grab it. This joystick's got to be taken apart. There's just no way around it. Let's see what we can do. Ooh, it's unstable as hell. That 20% titanium, 1% exolite. Yeah, we've got a really good break. They just need about 20 SCU, or actually not even that much. 18 SCU or so. We can head back. What are you? Hoover that up for sure. And this 4% exolite, 13 titanium. Let's definitely hoover that up too. What are you? 12% titanium, 28% titanium. It's 5% titanium. Let's see how this breaks first. Break good. There we go. If 7 and behind it 7%. You are 3% titanium. You are just shit. 6.3. Looks like that's our best point right there. PLG wind up being? 10% titanium. I might get a good break. Might be able to get a 20 out of it. Titanium. 15 titanium. 1% titanium. Any Bexel in here? There's our Bexelite right there. Let's get this one out. I guess that answered that question. That's the only one. Let's just get out of here. Alright, let's go grab the... Oh, I guess we're already set where we need to be. There we go. Wagsy Wags, you're so cute. Mm-hmm. Very cute. Mm-hmm.
Quantum travel complete. Quantum vessel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
Landing gear.
Gear up.
What you mean down?
Landing gear down. Landing complete.
Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
Engines off.
Aft shields.
Hi, good to have you back.
How much to sell it outright right now?
Finding everything all right?
Let's find out. 18,000, really? That means it's only worth about 30,000. We're just gonna sell it right now because I don't feel like sticking with it anymore. And I don't
Hey,
think
back again, I
have
see.
any refining
Welcome.
orders to pick up right now.
You see anything you like?
No, I do not. Awesome.
Form to building.
Let's see here. Let's go to... Ah, this stupid little bug. He just looks off into nowhere land.
To Seafaring District, a journey worth taking.
They really gotta fix that.
Systems on. Launch complete.
Alright, so...
Landing gear up.
Let's go to Ida somewhere. There it is, right there.
Quantum travel engaged.
There we go.
Quantum travel complete.
You scratching? You scratching?
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
Thank you, and please visit again.
That Magsy.
Launch complete. Landing gear up.
Hey, I can't pronounce your name, Mr. Zekel, Mr. Zeikel. How are you doing? I am gonna take the rock out and show Cedric how to use it.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
Cool. Ah, thank you. That's a lot easier to say. You doing all right? Picking up a guy who just got his rock today, and I want to show him how to use
Quantum
it.
travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
Alright, so let's pick up OM1. OM1 has it's a nice little her crew. OM1 has a very nice feature. I like it.
Travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
Oh yeah, I do have a C2, just waiting on it to come out. Should be in a couple of months, actually. Can't wait to put that out. In the meantime, I've got a cat loner, OM3. Where the hell is OM1? Yeah, that's what I wound up doing. I wound up, melting some stuff to get the C2. I think it's worth it because I was using a cat before. So the C2 has more room on it. Yeah. You might want to act on that soon though, if you have the option. Because I don't know how much longer the C2 is going to be available. Hold on just a minute. Zatharax 5498. Let me add this guy. Let's see. I was trying to add somebody on Discord and I wound up causing myself some trouble. Actually, that's not true, because if you have a ship that is in concept, they give you a loaner. And currently, the loaner for a C2 is a Caterpillar. So you would have an access to a ship. There it is, OM1. Yeah.
Quantum travel.
Let's do something here real quick. Okay. We're going to show you how to pull this up. What you do is you search for that's one of them, yeah. Yeah, that's one of them. Let's go here. So if you search for Star Citizen Loaner Ship Matrix, it will give you this. And your C2 loaner is an MSR and a Caterpillar. So you can get an MSR or a Caterpillar. Let me dump that link in the chat for you, okay? Maybe you can just click it. Yes, and that is one of my ships. That's I believe that was the Mole. Yeah. Yeah, that's the Mole. Give me a second here. Somebody needs to add me. TRAX. Trying to get the guy's spelling down. Yeah, no problems. If you have any questions or anything, please feel free to ask. Okay? 5498. 5498. There we go. Awesome. And thanks for the follow, by the way. Oh, wow. Thanks for subscribing. I appreciate that. That helps me very much. So yeah, the C2 would give you access to a CAT and an MSR right now. The MSR is basically a baby C2. To be truthful with you, it's like a baby C2. And the CAT, most people are already familiar with. Big, long ship. Two variants, the Pirate and the normal. I am anxious for the C2. It's supposed to have more cargo space than the Caterpillar. The Caterpillar is 564 SCU, and the C2 is supposed to be like 6 and change. So, should be interesting. There we go. There we go. Bunk. There we are. Long ways down. Well, honestly, well, Z, you can always play with me or the group of guys I hang out with. We do cargo running, we do mining. We do cargo running, we do mining, we do bounty hunting, we do the like the clear the drug house missions. It just depends. I mean, it just depends on what we want to do. The core group is very helpful though. We help each other out. If one of us is running cargo, the others may run an escort. If we get in trouble in the verse, they're there to help out. And it isn't just Star Citizen. I mean, we play games like Elite Dangerous, we play Cyberpunk. Right now, some of them have been playing a game called Valheim, which is pretty interesting. Cargo running. The answer to that question is typically very profitable. Lately, less than optimal. There's been a problem with getting the amount of commodities that you would want to purchase to make a profit. Some people have been taking like MSRs, taking like a Cuddy or an MSR freelancer out and getting all the laranite or agresium that they can cram in there and then taking off and selling it. The profit margins seem to be more narrow now than they typically are. Well, there you go, Z. Actually, let me do this real quick. There we are. This is our Discord server. That's our Discord server. To be clear, in the normal channels, we do not have a problem with profanity or telling jokes or whatever. The only channel that we have special regulations for is the streaming channel. Obvious reasons, we're streaming. It is perfectly fine to swear while we're streaming. I do not have a fucking problem with that, as you can tell. My stream has an MA rating for a reason. It's just the hate speak we gotta kind of watch out for. But yeah, join in that Discord. Jump in. There we go. Getting there. It's a long way down from OM1. Yeah, hop in there. In that Discord, there is a plethora of links. Hey, Z. Yep. If you want, I'll pull you into the streaming channel. Just do me a favor and don't do any hateful remarks, okay? There we go. Yeah, come on into, there we go. General voice chat will work just fine. Come on, almost there. It's a long-ass way down, isn't it? Jesus. So, Valheim. I see Murd is playing Valheim. I think about 3 or 4 other guys. Don't worry about it, Z. It's all good. You're in the Discord server now, and you're going to find some links in there. There's sub-channels for stuff like Star Citizen, Elite Dangerous, stuff like that. Hey, how's it going, Z?
It's going pretty good.
Awesome. So you play Valheim as well, huh?
Yep.
Cool. I haven't played it, but a lot of the guys in this server do.
Oh, it is tons of fun.
Oh, it sounds like it. It sounds like it. And welcome
Yeah.
to the stream.
Yeah, I've been looking to get back into Star Citizen. I just
Yeah.
I've been so busy the past couple months, but now I'm starting to get more, more free time. But
Mm-hmm.
gotta love being a college kid. So
Yeah, I don't miss those days at all.
but
Don't miss those days at all. Well, I've got somebody
Yeah.
in my MSR right now, and he just picked up a rock, so I was trying to show him how to get cargo in and out of the rock. Here we go. This ought to work, as long as we can land this boat. So... I'm having an interesting problem. My left or right joystick
Landing gear down.
is just randomly twisting, making the ship when I don't want to. So it's been making flying interesting today.
yeah, I've been trying to find a game to get back into. I started playing. I mean, I played a little bit back in 2017, but there wasn't a whole lot to do,
Mm-hmm.
Landing complete.
But it sounds like there's quite a bit more to do now, after, what, 4 years?
Well, there's
So-
a little more to do. There's been some changes. I started in December of 2018. And in December 2018, it was a little bit of combat, and mining was just starting to become a thing.
Yep.
I was doing hand mining at the time. So now, they've got the prospector miner in there, they've got the mole miner in there, you've got the rock now, which has come out. This is what you're seeing on the screen now is it's a ground vehicle, it's a miner. They call it the rock. Yep. And it does what used to be hand mineable. Like, I want you to think of like a bigger size hand mineable. Like Hadnite,
Yep.
Dolvine, Aphorite, stuff like that.
Yep.
And I don't... If you last played when, 2017?
Yeah, I think summer of 2017, if I remember right.
Okay. So the MSR was probably still a wet dream at that point.
Yeah.
Well, it's in the game now. The C2 should be in the game in a couple months.
Yep. I saw they were. I just saw that they were hoping to get it out in March, but along with the 3.1 or 3.13, I think it is. I don't know. I've been away for so long, so if I'm wrong, correct me.
Yeah. There we are. So this is the rock. I don't know if you ever saw a prospector, but it's basically just a land version of that. You scan with it, you find a rock, you mine it with the laser that's on it. And then there's a harvesting laser on it as well. Yeah. He left the ship in a kamikaze fashion, though. That's funny. It's been an interesting session. I'll be honest with you. It's been interesting. Okay. I do better to fly or to drive like this. I don't know how we're gonna get to those materials up there. What was you doing mainly in 2017? I mean, what was there to do in Verse at that time? Because I came in a couple of years later.
I mainly did combat because I've got one of the Hornets, the F7C or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
So I did that combat mode, the flight combat mode for a while.
Yeah.
And then I did some of that PvP stuff too.
Okay.
For a while.
Cool. I don't do a whole lot of PvP. I will do some PvE from time to time.
Yep.
Mainly stuff like claim jumpers, dangers and
Yep. Now,
you know, stuff like
my
that.
biggest, like, because I came from, when I initially started playing back in 2017, I came from Elite Dangerous, and of course there's gimbaled weapons in there, so it was real hard at the time to go from gimbaled to, you know, fixed. Fixed weapons. Oh, that was a pain.
Yeah, well, there's gimbaled weapons in Star Citizen now, but you do take a size difference. I mean, just like in Elite, when you do a gimbaled weapon in Elite, you take less damage. I mean, it does less damage. There's
Yep.
kind of a counterbalance to it.
Yep.
This is not going to end
Yeah.
well.
If I remember back in 2017, it was like fixed weapons only, if I remember right, or that's all I could get my hands on, and it was not the easiest in the world.
No. Well,
To do.
they've got something called, well, I don't really want to call it aim assist, but it's not quite like gimbaled. Gimbaled means basically as long as you get it within like a 30-degree
Yep.
arc, you're gonna find it. It's gonna hit it, and you're gonna be fine. It may not have full.
Yeah,
full power.
I think I know what you're talking about. That like aiming reticle thing where it would kind of help you out when you needed to point. You know, I remember that, but it was still a pain to actually hit your shots.
Well, it's a little better now with the fixed because as long as you're fairly close, I mean, it isn't so forgiving that you can be like halfway across the screen and still gonna hit. I mean, you still got to be pretty close.
Yep.
But as long as you're fairly close, it will give you a little bit of a snap. It kind of snaps it to the crosshair.
Yep.
Man, I really picked a shitty spot to go mining in a rock. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, like I've kind of kept my eye on Star Citizen the past couple of years, and I forget who it was, but somebody showed me, you know, the C2 Hercules, and it's like, holy crap, I've got to get my hands on one of those and get back and I got to get my hands on one of those and get back into the game.
Yeah.
And now with it coming, you know, fairly soon, it's like, you know, I might just have to do it.
Well, it is a good and a worthy upgrade, I think. It's not too far from a cat. I mean, if you've already got a cat, it's really not that far from a cat.
Yeah. I've got that that Hornet and then the Cutlass Black right now, which I would just melt the Cutlass Black for the store credit, and then trade the Hornet in for the Hercules, and then use the store credit for the rest, or part of the rest, and then, you know, fork out some more money for it. But I mean, 135, you can't beat that for a Hercules, though.
No. And right now, I mean, you still have the cat as a loaner until it comes out. So, I mean, it isn't like you're just going, well, one day I'll have something I can fly in. You know, you've got something you can fly in now. It's just not the same one that you've got. Like, I've got the Apollo, and the concept, it's in concept, so the loaner for the Apollo is the red. You know, which isn't bad.
Yep.
But I mean, I really want to see the Apollo in game. It's my hope that when Squadron 42 hits, that we'll see the Apollo. That's my hope.
Yep. Yeah. No. So now here's another question. I know, like, so back when I played, I did a lot of combat, so I didn't, you know, do a lot of time like actually trying to make money in game. Is it gonna be a problem trying to run Hercules on very low credits?
Well,
I would imagine it would be, but
well, the thing about it is, I'll kind of like talk about something that I've done in cargo running. Whenever there's been a wipe, what I typically do is I will do box missions until I get enough to put a decent mining laser on my bowl, or I'll do box missions until I have enough to run scrap. Because you can buy a caterpillar full of scrap for about 80 grand, and you're going to sell that for about 100 to 110 grand usually. So you're going to make 30 grand profits. I mean, not the best profits in the world, but more than you had. And if you don't have a mining ship, that's one way to do it. I mean, if you've got a big ass cargo ship, and you don't have a mining ship, that's one way to do it. Another would be to pick up one of these pick up one of these rocks and just head out like we're doing here and just a hand mine or a rock mine and get the money that way.
Yep.
Man, Hurston is just shit.
Yeah, like it's about time I get my sights set on just a game I can play for a while, because I've been bouncing around between too many games lately, and it's I just need to pick a game and stay with it.
Mm-hmm. Well,
But-
for me, I get bored easily. So like I also play Elite Dangerous, but I haven't been in Elite Dangerous in a couple of weeks.
Yep.
Because for me, the things that I enjoy doing, it's like, okay, I enjoy doing mining, I enjoy a little bit of PvE, I like cargo hauling, but for me, I just don't enjoy the cargo hauling as much in Elite as I do in Star Citizen. You mean it's like,
Yep.
now Elite Dangerous is a good game, and I really do enjoy playing it. And some people, when they hear this comment I'm going to make next, think that I'm a hater on Elite Dangerous, and that's not the case. It's just, for Elite, I feel like a torso stuck in a ship.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't feel like a member of the universe. In Star Citizen, I feel like a member of a very small universe.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah. I just wish it
Yeah,
was as big as Elite's universe was. But Elite's universe, honestly, it's huge. But the planets aren't as detailed. I'm driving around in a buggy on a planet's surface right now, dodging rocks.
Yep.
You don't really get that in Elite. In Elite, oh, it's a planet. It's got some texture, but even with your LOS turned up, you don't get a lot of this stuff.
Yeah. And that's part of the reason why I went from Elite to Star Citizen back in 2017 was the fact that you could walk around your ship and walk into the stations. Yeah, I still had a ton of fun in Elite Dangerous, but there were aspects of Star Citizen that just were so much better than Elite Dangerous. But
Yeah. Well, Elite is more finished, I would say. As far as gameplay loops and content, it's more finished. But
Yep.
quality-wise, I don't think it's on the same level as Star Citizen.
Yep.
Just my opinion. And again, I play both. People who love Elite Dangerous are like, oh, Pagan hates Elite. No, Pagan plays shit out of Elite Dangerous.
Yep.
I was telling him, I've got 4 accounts on Elite Dangerous, 3 of which have fleet carriers. So I definitely play some Elite. But,
No kidding. Jesus.
yeah. We're just trying to find a rock, so I gotta mine it. This isn't working out so well. But yeah, this is the rock. You can also do hand mines to catch up on some money. You can buy this in game for like 170,000, I think it is. So it's really not bad at all.
Damn. I would just I'm honest to God, I think I'm still stuck under like 10,000 credits in the game.
You're under how much now?
I think it can be much over 10 grand in game.
Oh, we just gotta get you in the game. We can fix that real fast.
Yeah.
You've got
Well, the
a
problem
Hornet
is-
and a Cuddy Black, I think you said, right?
Yeah, the Cutlass Black.
Okay. Well,
Which I would definitely, hop in game right now, but I'm kind of like 2 hours away from campus at the moment.
yeah.
I went home
Well,
for the
add
weekend,
me.
so
I am the same name in game as I am on Twitch and Trovo. So, send me a friend invite. We can get together sometime when you're able to get into the game. I'll send you a money grant. We can get you started. And then, if worse comes to worse, you can take that Hornet out to do claim jumpers. Just claim jumpers pays about $22,500 per.
Yep. What's
And-
that?
Well, claim jumpers is this little mission you take, and there are 9 robot sentries in an asteroid field. And basically, pirates have taken over the mining claim, and you get hired to go out there and destroy the 9 sentry guns, so that the cops can go in there and retake the mining claim, so the rightful owners can mine it. But what happens is, more often than not, when you go out there to kill the 9 sentries, and they have size 4 guns, I mean, they're not a piece of cake, you do have to keep moving, but I don't think you'd have any problems in that horde. I mean, as long as you kept strafing to the side, I think you'd be just fine. So then you can take out those 9 sentries, get the 22,500, and any prospectors, any red prospectors that show up, blow them away, and get anywhere between 500 and 1,000 credits per. If you take what we call to arms. Have you ever heard the phrase, if it's red, it's dead?
Probably.
Okay. Well, there's a lot of people who play this game who kind of envision themselves as good citizens and trying to save the verse. Basically, their little thing is, if it's red, it's dead. Meaning, if it's a red triangle, it's a criminal and they need to die. Call to arms means that if you kill any NPCs that are red or anything like that, you get paid for that. It's a token little gift, like 500 credits, 1,000 credits, depending on the crime stat levels. But it's not exactly great money. But I mean, if you're already doing a mission, it's going to pay you 22,000, and you kill 7 or 8 prospectors at 500 each. That doesn't hurt. That doesn't hurt at all. Wow, we ain't finding shit out here. But that's something else you could do. Or, like I said, if you had enough, you could go somewhere in your Cuddy Black, buy some distilled spirits, basically booze, and play Al Capone for a little bit, run it to another facility and sell it there.
Yep.
You know, and the profits on distilled spirits aren't horrible. I mean, they're decent. But that's, you know, basically just staircases. Start with small cargo runs and staircase up. That's what I typically do.
Yep.
But we've not had a wipe in a while. I mean, I think the last wipe that I remember was about a year ago? A year-ish?
Now, what all do they do in the wipe? I mean...
Well, it used to be that every 3 months, whenever a new release came out, or minor release came out, that they would wipe the database, and you would start over with your starting credits and whatever ships that you had purchased in the store. You wouldn't have any of the stuff that you had purchased in game. So it'd basically be like you were a brand new citizen starting out in the verse. But that has since changed. Now they have persistence in the game. In a fashion. I mean, you're always going to have the little glitches, like, oh, they did an update and now some of my ship components that I bought are missing. I mean, that happened to me. I lost a couple mil worth of components, but I mean, it's an alpha, for crying out loud. I mean, it's not a finished product. And even if it was a finished product, I mean, I can name a couple of major titles that have been in worse condition than that. So
yeah, I don't know if you've saw Microsoft Flight Simulator. That's real buggy lately with all their with all the updates they're doing recently.
I've not. I do have and do play Cyberpunk. So and after having play tested Star Citizen for a year, the bugs that I encountered in Cyberpunk weren't really game breaking to me. It's like, yeah, big deal. I dealt with worse.
Yeah, I know a lot of people were up in arms about Cyberpunk, but it's like, you know, every game is going to have those hump points.
Yeah, and there's many other titles that have had problems playing it too. You know, it isn't just Cyberpunk. It isn't the first time, and it sure won't be the last. But the wipes are pretty much just basically turning you into just like you're a brand new citizen. Anything that you purchased in the Pledge store stays with you. So, I mean, like, if you bought special armor in the Pledge store, then you're still going to have that after the wipe. Yeah, any ships, things like that. Any store, you're going to keep that. But the persistence has been really good. We had a quirk I don't remember what version it was, 3.9 or 3.10, where ships that you had bought in-game disappeared. But then they did an update, they did a subversion update, and those ships reappeared. So, like, there was a period of time that I call the Laranite boom, where the selling consoles were bugged, but they were bugged in a way that helped the players.
Yep.
They should have refreshed, like, maybe like 20,000 or 2,000 units per 10 minutes, and instead they were refreshing the entire amount. So you were able to pull a Caterpillar into Lathan and buy a full cat of Laranite at 1.4 million, fly over to Lorville and sell it for like 1.8, and
Yep.
make bank. And this went on for weeks. Yeah, I mean, I actually got tired of the Laranite run, to be truthful. I mean, I did it a lot. I mean, I did it enough to buy a 600i in-game, to help a few people get 600i's, to help a guy get a Valkyrie, to help a few new players get Caterpillars. I mean, I bought a couple of arrows, stuff like that with it. And then there was a patch that came out after, and some of those ships disappeared, and we were all like, oh, that was sick. They got pissed off because everybody had the Laranite boom, and then we found out later it was a bug with the database. And when they patched it, suddenly all those ships that we had bought reappeared, and we were able to pull them from the ship's console. So that was nice. So not all the bugs. Some of the bugs are good bugs.
Yep. So would you recommend on waiting to get the Hercules in, or like exchanging it?
Well, let me share my monitor screen, my other screen again real quick, and I'll talk about that for a little bit. With the C2 right now, it's available in game. As I said, you're going to get the loaner, and I don't know how much longer it's going to be available. I really don't, because as we all know, they have a habit of releasing getting a ship out there, getting it, starting to be sold, and then upping the price once it actually hits the verse.
Yep.
And that is my fear, that's what's happened, is that, currently you can get it for however much it is. I don't even remember now. And
360.
Okay. And then later when it comes into the verse, it's going to go like the MSR. That was 230 for a long time. The MSR was 230 for a long time. And right now, C2 is available because of a special little promotion. So I really don't think it's going to stay there. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but the MSR is the same way. The MSR jumped to 260 when it was officially released, and now you can't even get it in the store anymore. I mean, you can only get it as part of a package.
Yep.
So let me look here and find this. They had a special sale where you could buy like, okay, it's 360. Where you could buy the some of the Vanguards and things like that. So if you have an option to upgrade it, I don't remember how much your
I'll have about 225 in between the Hornet and the Cutlass Black.
Okay.
So.
Alright, well, let's see here. Let's go ship upgrades. Do you remember which Hornet you got?
I think it was just the base one. It was the 110.
Okay.
It was for 110, I believe.
Gotcha. So to go from that one to the C2 would be 250. Now, your Cuddy Black, I believe, is a 90. I believe it's a $90 ship.
115.
115. Wow, it's gone up. Crazy.
Yep, because I was actually gonna exchange that earlier, and I would have gotten 115 in store credit.
Okay, so bear this in mind when you consider doing this. Is don't melt your game package unless you get another game package. Your game package is your ticket. I made that mistake when I started playing like I'll just melt this. I got a ship, and it comes. Sure, but I couldn't load into the verse with it.
Ah.
So I'm sure if it's part of your game package that you either just upgrade that, or if you melt it, get another cheapy package. I think right now the packages are on sale. I think they're like 40 and change. So yeah, bear that in mind. But the thing about it is you've got something in your buyback. Whenever you have something and you melt it, it goes into your buyback. And
Yep.
and we get one buyback token per quarter. And all that the buyback token really means is that instead of paying cash for this, you can use store credit. So like these emeralds, LTIs, even though they're not available anymore, you can use a buyback token for it. And the caterpillar isn't typically available in the store unless you beat Pirate Swarm in multiplayer. Then the pirate cat becomes available free to give. Currently, they've got the cat available for purchase. I'm not quite sure if that's just their Valentine's Day promotion or how long that's going to stay. But, I mean, if worse comes to worse, you could always, I mean, if you find out that you absolutely hate the C2, I mean, I don't see that happening. But if you decide you do hate it, you could always melt it. Unless it's part of your game package. And then just get it again.
So here's a question.
Mhm.
So let's see here. I'm gonna go to my account. I'm gonna try to do this all on my phone. So we'll go to account. Hanger. Let's see. Yep. So the Hornet is a standalone ship.
Okay.
And then Cutlass Black is part of a pack.
Okay, so the black is part of your game package?
Yes.
So you'd want to melt the Hornet and use the proceeds to upgrade the black. That way you don't lose your game package.
So let's see. I'm just looking at the
Yeah, no worries.
tree. Let's see. So we got the Hercules, and then we can do.
Yeah, there's the Hercules, the C2, which is think of it as like the consumer version.
Yep.
And then you've got the more militarized version, and then you've got the super militarized version.
Yep. Yeah, and I don't really think I would ever need the A2 or the M2.
Yeah, me either. To be honest, I'm more of a cargo runner, and frankly, it's got enough guns on it for my taste. Most of the time when I run big amounts of cargo, I've got an escort that's flying along beside me anyway. So.
Yep. So if I were, so here's the thing. Well, I guess that makes sense actually. So if I trade in the Cutlass Black, then it's 100. But if I melt it, then I get 115 for it. Now $15, I guess it's not a big deal. But then I wouldn't have to buy another game package.
Well, if you melt the Hornet and use the proceeds to upgrade your Cuddy, you keep your game package.
Okay.
Because your Cuddy's part of your game package, right?
That would actually save me money.
Yes. Yes, it would. Yep. Because otherwise, you're going to have to buy another game package. And even though they're on sale right now for like $40, still, that's $40 on top of the C2.
Yep.
So.
I'll be right back. I'm going to run to the bathroom quick.
Yeah, man, do your thing. Do your thing. finally found some gem Himmelite. That was awesome.
Yeah, you saved me from that mistake of having to get another game back.
Well,
If I do it.
that was a lesson I learned the hard way. Okay, that was weird. We went right through that rock. Okay, like I said, not all the bugs are bad bugs. Yeah, I made that mistake myself. I thought, well, why am I losing this much credit for a game package when I already got the ship? Not realizing that without the game package, you can't play the game. So yeah, that sucked. I tried to load into the game and I didn't get a launch button. I could go into the hangar, but I couldn't get into the universe at all. So I was like, what the hell? And then I started really thinking about it, and I went back in there, and it says, there was a troubleshooting page, and it basically went to a checklist. Do you have a SIG account? Yes, you do. Do you have a ship? Yes, you do. Do you have a game package? And it went, no, you don't. And I was like, what do you mean I don't have a game package? And then I started digging a little deeper and found out, oh shit, the game package is your ticket. That's your ticket to the verse.
So, remind me, what is the difference between UEC and REC?
UEC is credits for the game, and REC is rental credits that you use in Arena Commander.
Okay, so I've got, yikes, I've only got 7,000 UEC and I've got 4,500 REC.
Yeah, well, the REC, to be honest with you, is only going to be useful in Arena Commander. I mean, if you go into Arena Commander to practice your combat, you'll use that to, like, upgrade the stock ship to maybe put, like, different guns on it or different shields or something like that.
Yep.
So, whoa, big air. Wow, okay. Definitely not a Tony Hawk maneuver.
I just saw that.
Yeah, I was like, blunk. But, yeah, for me, I'd rather have the UEC. And to be truthful, right now it's pretty easy to get UEC. I really wouldn't invest in that right now.
Yep.
You can even send credits to people now. I mean, they've got that worked out. I call it a money grab.
Yep.
But I mean, it used to be that if you wanted to get money to people, you had to create a beacon and then watch it carefully to make sure the right person got the beacon. If they didn't, cancel the beacon and create a new one. Now it's so much easier.
Yep.
You just open up this little app and search for their name and send it.
That's kind of nice. So how does it work? Like, I'm not entirely sure. So like, can multiple people be on like let's say you're multi-crewing or whatever it's called with, you know, several people on your ship. Like if you're doing like a cargo run, do they get paid for that too, or do you then have to send them money after you complete that
You have to pay them. Now, there are some differences with missions. Remember earlier I mentioned claim jumpers? So claim jumper space 22,500 per, right?
Yep.
Okay, so imagine that we'll just say I'm in my MSR, and you're in there with me, and we're in a party. And I take the claim jumper's mission, and I share it with the party, and you accept that. When we complete that mission, it's going to equally divide the proceeds amongst the party members, the ones that have accepted that mission. So if it paid 22,500, and you were part of the party and you had accepted it, when we beat it, we would each get 11,250. So it will do the math for you. Now, when you're doing cargo missions, it's not like Elite Dangerous. You know, Elite Dangerous has this wing bonus. I don't know whether you're aware of it or not, but with Elite Dangerous, if I go to a station with a Type 9 full of, say, Painite, and I sell the Painite and I get 100 million. If you're in my wing and in the station, you will get 5% of that bonus. 5% of that proceed, just because we're in a wing and you're close by.
Yep.
That's something the devs of Elite Dangerous did to try and encourage wing gameplay. Elite doesn't currently have that. So in other words, if I was going to run Titanium or Laranite or something, and I was like, well, I need some escorts, I would have to pay you. So however we're going to work it out, I would need to pay you. Whether I just, hey, I'm going to beacon you the money, or I'm going to, however we do it. It's the cargo trader's responsibility to pay. I think I may have to be hoofing this. I do not see how I'm going to get around this. Okay, well, this is going to be interesting. Can't just suicide and go back because I don't have a spawn point in that ship. Weehaw! Bo and Luke Duke would be impressed. Alright. So yeah, cargo missions, like when I do escorts, I typically split the proceeds with them. In other words, if I do a titanium run and I make 120,000 and I've got an escort, I usually split it evenly, 60-60. If I've got 2 escorts, then I divide it equally amongst them. So I mean, it's easy money to be an escort, but by the same token, if pirates hit, I'm going to fully expect you to engage them while I get the fuck out of Dodge. Because I mean, if you die, okay, you die, you claim your ship. But I mean, if my ship makes it with the cargo, then everybody gets paid.
Yep. So now here's a question. I did notice. So what's the deal with insurance? Because I know, like, when I was looking at ships before, there's like 6 month or however long insurance. What exactly does that mean?
Oh, okay.
I mean, like, what happens if you don't have insurance? Are you kind of shit out of luck then? Or?
Well, yeah. What's going to happen is it's kind of like Elite Dangerous. You know, with Elite Dangerous, if you self-destruct or your ship goes boom or whatever, you have the rebuy. You have the buyback, right? It says never fly without the rebuy. But with Star Citizen, it's not currently in the game yet. But what will happen is, you'll have to pay like a deductible to get your ship, and the ships that don't have LTI or lifetime insurance, the term is going to be up, and you'll have to renew. You'll have to buy more in insurance. It's something that they've talked about, but they haven't really gotten it into play, to be truthful with you.
Yep.
I'm not really sure when they're planning to get that into play. I do know that recently they had changed the claim prices for the ships and the claim timers, which I think later, when we get to that stage, is a viable thing. I really do. I think it's a viable thing, and I think it should take longer for a super big ship to get delivered to you than it would for a smaller Aurora. I mean, think about it. An Aurora is small. They're pretty common. They're cheap.
Yep.
So I would fully expect a space yacht like an 890 or a 600 to take a hell of a long time to get delivered. I mean, chances are those aren't just right around the corner. They'd have to have, flown in. So it kind of makes sense to me. But right now, it's not in play, but it's going to be a lot like it is if you buy an insurance through Geico or USAA or the General or whoever it is that you use, or State Farm. You pay so much per term for your insurance.
Yep.
Now there were some special promotion ships that were put out there that had like 5-year insurance or 2-year insurance or 10-year insurance. I've got a cat in buyback that has a 10-year insurance policy on it, which honestly might as well be LTI. I mean, let's be truthful. By the time the game comes out of alpha, but that's the way that's going to work. It's my understanding that eventually, if you claim your ship, it will be a standard stock model. So another, ooh, that was weird. A stock model, so it wouldn't be one that has like the upgraded coolers and stuff like that you may have purchased. That's my understanding. It's not currently that way in the game now. Whenever you claim your ship, whatever state it was in, whatever stuff you had on it at the time that it was destroyed, is the way that it gets returned to you. So that's kind of nice.
Hey, I'm gonna pop out and pop back in. The audio on my phone is now playing only through the earpiece instead of the speakers.
Yeah, okay, do your thing. Oh, and I died.
Oh, I watched that.
Pagan fall down, go boom. Oh, lordy, I'm going to spawn a hell of a long ways away from him. Yeah. Yeah, okay, come on. Spawn in. There you go.
So what do you do in that situation?
In that situation, well, I had somebody in my ship using my ship with the rock. So what happens is, okay, not quite sure what that was all about. Wow, I fell out of the elevator. Now I'm EVAing through space. Fun times.
What the
Yeah.
heck just happened?
Remember what I said about it being alpha? Well, it's still alpha, buddy. So when I spawned in and I left the hab and I ran down to the elevator door wasn't there, and then I entered the elevator and suddenly it's like it just disappeared again. So we're gonna be a little more cautious this time. We're gonna be super careful. Alright, so I'm still here.
Hi. Coming in.
Yeah, we kind of had a bit of a joke, a bit of a laugh, Zerathrax and I. I'm a real big sucker for new people. People who are new to the game, I love to help them out.
Yep.
You know, and it's not bragging, it's just like, hey, you're new to the verse, you don't know a whole lot. If I can share information with you, I'm definitely going to share information with you. Sometimes I'll even, like, loan them a ship or something.
Mm-hmm.
Well, these guys came in, and they said, hey, anybody looking for crew members? We're new. So sure, no problem. So they're having trouble. They're at Microtech. I spawn. I fly all the way out to Mick L1 where they are, way out there to Microtech L1, and which room am I looking for? Pad 10. I spawn a 600i, which is basically a little mature space yacht. It's not the biggest one in the game, but it's pretty big. It's pretty beefy.
Yep.
And we get out of the Armistice zone and they kill me, and I'm like, well, the joke's on you, buddy. So I respawn in here and I claim my ship, which immediately makes it a red ship, meaning he can't request landing anywhere. Anytime he gets anywhere close to a station, they're going to start shooting at him. And I removed them from my party, so now they can't even control any of the doors inside the ship. So, I mean, unless you're in the party, you can't operate the doors to get in or out of the ship. If there's an internal door, you can't trigger it. And that 600i is full of doors and elevators. So they're like, we're pirates. We stole your ship. And I'm like, okay. I'm just kind of laughing to myself. And then they're like, we can bring it back to you for, like, you know, I said the joke's on you, buddy. I says, I was just about to give each of you 100,000 because you're new to the game. And they're like, well, we'll bring the ship back for double that. And I'm like, nah, you can keep it. I've already claimed it. And they're like, what's that mean? So some of the veteran players are just laughing their ass off in main chat because these people, and I'm like, maybe you should learn the game mechanics before you start trying to play the pirate.
Oh, that's awesome.
So about 10 minutes later, they're in global chat. We can't get out of the ship. Let us out of your ship. And the rest of the global chat's just laughing their asses off at them.
Bro.
So I'm like, yeah, buddy. Before you turn into a dickhead, you should probably learn how the game works.
Yeah. That's awesome. Oh my god.
So yeah, it was hilarious.
Launch complete.
Alright, so I need to sell the cargo that's in this ship, and this joystick needs to quit twisting its yaw axis. I'm gonna freak out. There's a bug with the this model Thrustmaster. Some of them were made where they wrap the cords the wrong way and it triggers the potentiometer. Some of them were made with the wrong grease in the potentiometer, so the grease balls up and triggers it. So, fun times. Where's going to be
So
my
how
closest?
often do you stream?
Well, I need to stream on a regular basis, but I haven't been doing so. I just got a new job, so I'm still trying to work out the schedule for all that.
Yep.
So, need to stream on a regular basis, but I got to get it all worked out. I typically stream in the evenings. I would normally stream around like 9 or 10 p.m. And then usually like a couple of hours, but it's hard on the nights that I work the next day, you know?
Yep.
So I was just talking to my wife, and I'm like, I really got to get a streaming schedule set up here. So I was thinking that I may do it where, like, I stream mostly on, like, Friday nights and Saturday nights, because I don't work the next day. I'll get it worked out, though.
Quantum travel engaged.
You're on the Discord, so that's awesome. You'll have, there's a lot of guys that pop in and out of here. Bird and Zorn were playing a game called Valheim, which you also play. And I think Mischievous Manx was also playing that too. So there's a pretty good group here. There's a pretty good group. Some of them stream as well. I know Murd typically streams, and I think Perplexed Raven also streams. But yeah, I mean, if you see me in there, feel free to ask me a question. It's all good.
Yep.
So, just got to get all the scheduling worked out, and I've been using your Restream lately to stream to Trovo as well.
Now, what is that?
Trovo is kind of still in beta. It's kind of like a non-Twitch Twitch, to be honest with you. Yeah. I'm not an affiliate on their program yet, but I'm evaluating it. And I like Restream because I can do Twitch and YouTube and Trovo simultaneously, so I don't have to run 3 versions of OBS and broadcast to all 3. I can just broadcast once and they split it out from there.
Yep.
But it also means I kind of suffer with the chat, because I'm streaming to 3 platforms now and I'm trying to monitor the chat for that. So, like, fortunately tonight I had the Twitch chat up on my left monitor and I was kind of watching that. So, what was it you were able to do when you were in the game last?
I mean, I honestly mainly just did combat, you know. Because, I mean, I was still playing Elite Dangerous at the time. So, I was just having fun with the combat, you know. whether it be the first person shooter or the ship combat. But I mean, I flew around a little bit in the universe, you know, what you could do, but I mean, there wasn't a whole lot you actually could do. So I didn't spend a whole lot of time actually in that part of the game, but
Well, when I joined in December of 2019 or 2018, I believe Area 18 had just been added, so it wasn't all that old. So you had Hurston that you could visit, or Lorville. You had Delamar and Levski. You had PO at Crusader, and Area 18 at Arcor. When I first got in, most of the tutorials that you saw online, in fact, every one that I saw online, said that you would spawn in at PO, and then, you know, you'd run down the stairs, and there would be the ASOP terminals, armor stores here, and things like that. But
yep.
when I got in, apparently they had just made the change where the newbies, the new accounts, would spawn in at Area 18, where I'm about to head now. So I struggled like crazy just trying to find out where the ships were, because all the maps that I was pulling up was giving me a different layout. I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. I can't find this.
Yep.
So eventually, after an hour and a half of just wandering around the place going, oh, I'm going to turn left. I'm going to turn left. Every intersection there was, I turned left. And eventually I figured out, oh shit, there's a tram I have to get on. And once I got on the tram, I'm like, okay, where is this going? So I took it the first stop, and fortunately that was Riker Spaceport, and I'm like, hey, I can get out of here now. And my first flight was a bit of a joke. That little Aurora was all over that hangar. I banged it against the floor, I banged it against the ceiling. It was just crazy.
So here's another question I don't know the answer to. So, like, when doing cargo runs, do they do does your cargo hold actually fill up with stuff, or is it just kind of like they say you're taking cargo, but you can't actually see it? You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like, can you see the cargo you take?
Well, I'm getting scanned apparently. Sometimes you can. Apparently I'm being scanned by a cop who didn't give me an audio warning. Right now there's cargo in this ship, but I didn't see it when I entered the elevator, or when I entered the ramp. In the Caterpillar, it seems like the titanium shows up in the ship, but the Laranite doesn't, at least the last time that I did a cargo run in the Caterpillar. So it seems like some types of cargo material show and other types don't.
Yep.
So it's kind of hit and miss, to be truthful with you. Yeah, are they done scanning me? Because I didn't hear any damn deal, and I don't want to get a crime stat. Yeah, we're done. Okay. So yeah, it's both. It's hit and miss. I mean, it's supposed to, and sometimes it does, and I like that, because it kind of seems more realistic to me. Like,
yep.
And I'll be honest with you, it's kind of cool to open up your cat, or walk through the cargo models and see them full of giant boxes. Like, cool, I'm actually running cargo.
Yep.
Versus Elite,
now,
where it's like, oh, you're hunting cargo.
Is that something they plan on fixing?
Yes.
Like,
yeah.
is it... Okay.
Yeah. They added cargo decks to some of the Lagrange stations, but they're not functional cargo decks. They're basically just a place you can visit. They're just a JPEG right now.
Yep.
But later, those are going to turn into functioning cargo decks. They added refineries, which are functional. They're not just JPEGs, so they're actually functional refineries now. So the way that mining works is that you mine something, you go to the refinery station, you either sell that ore outright right there at about 50% of its value, or you decide that you're going to pay the refinery to process that and refine it out, and then once it's done, it gives you a little alert. Your refinery order has finished it, blah, 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 blah. And you go pick it up and have it transferred into your cargo ship and drive it somewhere like I'm doing now to sell it.
Yep.
The cargo that's in this ship was mined in a mole. So I took delivery of it. I took a refinery order and says, hey, deliver that contents into this MSR. And then I grab the MSR and I fly down here to Area 18 to sell it. Come on, there we go. Hopefully I can land like a big boy while I'm streaming and not crash this bitch. But yep, I'll hop out and we'll see if the boxes are there. It seems like sometimes the boxes show up and sometimes they don't. Alright, let's drop our landing gear.
Landing gear down. Landing complete.
Yay, all good. Awesome.
So how much bigger is the Hercules to this thing?
Oh, that's a good question. If you go to the... I believe it's on the MSR page. Give me a second and I'll find it. I believe one of those pages shows the a picture of the two side by side. Pledge store. Let's go to MSR ships. Whoa, easy there, Crusader. Let's find it. Yeah, one of them has a picture of the Crusader and a C2 side by side. It is huge. The MSR carries 114 SCU. Here it is. So there's the two in size comparison.
Whoa.
Yeah, she's a big girl. She's a big girl. Let me find... There's a page I could pull up that has a chart that shows you size comparison to all of them.
Now, do they have any like walkthroughs of the Hercules yet, or no?
To my understanding, we don't have a full walkthrough yet. They're kind of saving that for the big dramatic reveal.
Yep.
There has been a little bit of pictures leaked hither and yon. Let's do a fleet chart. Here we go. So to put it in size comparison, this is your Cuddy red, or your black or blue. They're all going to be the same chassis. So there's the size of a Cuddy red. There's the size of the MSR. So it's about 1.5 Cuddy reds.
Yep.
Okay. Have you ever seen a Connie? Have you ever been in the Connies, the constellations?
I've seen them, but...
Okay. So MSR is about the same size as a Connie from nose to tail, but it's just a hell of a lot wider.
Yep.
The Caterpillar is just a tidge longer than the C2, but the C2 is wider. So the Caterpillar is 140 something meters, 120 something meters long. So to put that in perspective, that's the C2. It's huge. Yeah, it is a big girl. And the hull D is a super big girl. Let's see if we can find out what the length is. So your C2 is 94 meters long, 23 meters tall, 70 meters wide. She's a big, yeah, she's huge. Your Caterpillar, she is 111 according to this, 111 meters long, so just a little bit longer, 13.5 meters wide or tall and 39 meters across. So the C2 is twice as wide. She's a big old fat girl. So let's look at your Drake Cutlass series. Those are 36 meters long, 14 tall, and 26 wide. So she's 2.5, 3 of the Cuddy blacks. I mean, you could take two Cuddy Blacks nose to, and it still wouldn't be as long as a damn C2. It's huge. She's a huge girl. MSR in comparison to size, like the C2's twice as big, literally twice as big.
That is insane.
It is. I was so glad to see the MSR come out in game. Come on, let me in. There we go.
So now,
But the cargo's not showing up this time.
do we know? So I know, if I remember right, that Star Runner there, that has like a hidden cargo compartment, doesn't it?
Oh hell yeah! You want to see it? Okay. So if you're in the cargo bay of the MSR, you can run right over here to the side panel. Open. And open. And here's a little hidden compartment. There's hidden secret smuggler stash. And there's this little area that you can run around with underneath. And you can trigger the habitation door. This comes out in the habs. There was one that got covered over in one of the gates. They covered the path that gets to it with a fan or some shit, and you can't get to it anymore.
So now my question is, are they going to have something like this in the Hercules, you think, or no?
I don't think so. Well, not a hidden smuggler package, because part of the duty of this ship was supposed to be information, and then the other duty was supposed to be a smuggler ship, kind of like the Millennium Falcon.
Yep.
Yeah. So that was part of the whole deal there, is it was supposed to be part smuggler, part information ship. And I always... There we are. So, yep, here we go. And here's one of the hidden compartments in the recreation room. There's another one in habitation. I think it's in the floor. Yeah, there it is. There's one in habitation in the floor. There's one near the bridge, too. If memory serves, there's like a hidden compartment near the bridge. What the hell did I just stow? Okay, whatever. I'm trying to find the hidden compartment. I think you've got to trigger the others from underneath. I don't think you can trigger them from above.
Yep.
So it kind of makes sense that you'd have to be in one of two places to do it. But there's another one. Did we find the servers? One in the server room. I thought it was right here. Well, shit. Yeah, but yeah, there are hidden compartments. I think it's really cool. One of my friends loves to use the hidden compartments to get through the MSR. He'll very rarely ever use the normal doors. He just loves using it. Now, what I like is the physicalized components. So when you change your components out, these change in here.
Whoa.
Yeah. Pretty fucking cool. So there's the coolers.
No kidding.
Right? Pretty awesome, huh? And they stated that the reason why this was happening... Oh, and here's the part of the components too, but they stated that they were working on the pipes. They call it the pipes. And what that's supposed to do is... that's what's required for salvage. So they're going to make it so that there's capacitors in the ship supplying power. Let me tell him. So they're going to use capacitors, basically, like, that's going to limit how much power your ship can put out towards its engines, if you're putting more power out towards the engines, then there's not so much that you can put towards the weapons, things like that. So I mean, I love that level of play, and it kind of reminds me of Elite Dangerous. You know how you've got the capacitor, you've got your distributor. You can tune it. Say, hey, I want to put.
Yep.
Yeah, I want to put more pips and shields than, things like that. I love that. So that's coming too. But yeah, the whole point about the physicalized components is that ties into salvage. In order for salvage to come in and work, there has to be something that's physicalized about that ship. Meaning, maybe somebody blew up my ship. They blew up the power plant, but the shields are still good, and the quantum drive is still good. So they could, cut those out of your ship.
We're sorry. You exceeded your allotted time to depart.
Yeah.
You'll have to return your ship to storage.
So, here we go.
I wonder if they're going to do that with the Hercules, have stuff like that.
I hope so. It was my understanding that the MSR was one of the newer, more recently designed ships, so they kind of built that in when they designed it.
Initiating ship storage procedure.
I hope that they did the same thing with the C2. And it's my hope that they will do the same thing with the other ships. Maybe like readdress them. I'm trying to think of what's there's a is it the Warden, I think, that has physicalized components too. You can't interact with them, but you can see them.
Yep.
Yeah. But if I recall correctly, when you change your components out on your Warden, I don't think the picture updates. At least not the last time that I saw it. So, on the MSR it does. But that's just another step in the way, because they said that there needed to be a pipe, they needed the physicalized components of the ship, so that like if you were going to grind it up in the reclaimer or something into scrap, then it would have to be a way that they could take stuff off of it and basically turn it into a destructible component. And right now it's not. It's an entity, and it's a physics grid, but it's not a destructible component. So that's one of the first steps into making it so that you can do salvage. It's be something that you can take out of it, which is pretty awesome, to be honest. Because I can imagine people who want to upgrade their components, but maybe they might not have the funds to do it in-game, or maybe they just don't want to pay the money to do it in-game. Maybe like ambushing somebody who's got upgraded components on their ship and taking them out. So I could totally see that happening too.
Yep. That'd be actually really cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that's something that we were trying to tell these two new guys playing. It's like, there's a difference between piracy and griefing.
Now arriving.
Piracy is doing something that's illegal to make money. Killing somebody because they didn't pay your ransom. Okay, I get it. They tried the ransom, you declined to pay the ransom, they killed you. I totally get it. That isn't grieving. That's being a criminal. But my problem is with people who just go around and kill you just because they want to fucking kill you. There's no reason behind it. It's like, okay, I was running cargo. Well, you didn't try to extort me for money. You just decided you were going to kill me for killing me. That's different than piracy. So now we're going to go in here and try and sell our commodities that way. Mined. And I like this, because to me this seems more like a more fully featured mining experience. Okay, you don't just mine it and mysteriously disappears. I mean, you mine it, you refine it, and you sell it. So I'm definitely in favor of this, even though it means that I'm not making as much money per hour as I used to. Oops.
Yep.
The MSR. So here we are. 258,000. That was our proceeds from 2 mining runs. So, not too bad. Like I said, you can always make money. I mean, you get into the game, hit me up. You know, I'm happy to put you in the mole, take you out there, do a couple of mining runs, get your coffers filled up pretty easily.
Damn.
Yeah. I mean, the titanium 12,000, that was actually kind of small. I mean, you see, after you do cargo or mining for a while, you kind of set your threshold up here. Well, if I'm not making 100,000 an hour, I'm making shit money. No, you're not really. You're just kind of got used to making really good funds. So there we are. And you can still do cargo, but like I said, the trouble is getting the goods to sell them.
Yep.
Let's see our MSR right here. Yeah, see, I can buy scrap for $1.50 or 1.58 credits per unit. So I mean, I'm really not going to be making any money to buy that here. I really wish it told you what the sell price was on stuff without having it in your hold, but it doesn't. There are systems nearby that I can go buy materials from and fly up here and sell them. Have you ever heard of a site called Gallog? G-A-L-L-O-O-G?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, there's a site called Gallog.co. And another one called SC Tools. So let me bring those up real quick, and I'll show you. So, now, honestly, the Gallog information is pretty outdated. I mean, I haven't seen them updated recently. But we'll pull up, say, like titanium. Titanium is one of my favorite things to run when trading is viable. So I go to Lathan and I buy titanium for 7.49 credits per unit. The Caterpillar holds 56,600 units. I fly over to Area 18 or Lorville or New Babbage and sell it for 8.9. So I'm making 1.4 credits per unit. And you're like, well, that's really not that great. But I mean, if you look at it, 1.4 credits. Whoa, come on, calculator, get up there. So 1.4 credits times, whoops, 564 SCU, my bad, times 1.4, 80 grand. So one cat load of titanium, bought at lowest price, sold at max price, makes you almost 79,000.
Damn.
Yeah, if we do laranite, which is super expensive to buy, and I only do that when I feel absolutely confident that the servers are stable and I got plenty of escorts, because we're talking about some money here. Alright, so buy laranite at Lathan for 26.34. 26.34. We sell it for 30.58. 4.24 per unit. So 4.24 credits per unit times 564 SCU. Each SCU is 100. $250,000 every trip.
Jeez.
Yeah, imagine.
Now, how long does a trip like that take?
Well, if you go from Lathan to Lorville, you can do a run in 20 minutes.
Holy crap.
Now, at the time when the laranite boom was happening, I had 2 Caterpillars. So I would take Cat 1 from Lorville to Lathan, buy a load of laranite, land in Lorville, store the ship, grab Cat 2, go back to Lathan, buy another cat full of laranite, land in Lorville, run all the way out to CBD and sell both at the same time. And the reason for that is because it's a 5 to 7 minute trip to go from Tisa Spaceport to the selling location and back. So by doing 2 cats at a time, I was saving 14 minutes per hour. And it wound up being an extra trip. So I was winding up doing 2 cat loads in 35 minutes. So double that money in 35 minutes. Almost $500,000. I was able to get 3 full loads in an hour, sometimes 4 full loads in an hour, and this went on and on and on. So I mean,
Jeez.
it was not hard to make millions per hour. I was making a million two an hour.
Damn.
And that was just grinding it. Like, I'm going to hop in, fly the cat, buy, land. I mean, there are even shortcuts you can take, too. With the current game mechanics, if you request a landing at, say, Lorville, and okay, here's your hangar, proceed to your hangar, and you exit your seat in the ship and then suicide, you will respawn in Lorville. Your ship will be on the pads and stored. So now you don't even have to land it. No, obviously your problem is going to be, okay, well, you spawn in the Habs in Lorville. Now you got to go all the way down the tram, all the way back to where the business district is, and sell it. So you don't want to do that every single time. But if you've got 2 cat loads full of material, you land your second one, you suicide back to the Habs, and take the tram over to CBD. Now you're selling 2 cats at a time, 2 cats at a time, 2 cats at a time. Of course, you had to have $3 million to do it. You had to have $3 million to invest. And if you got a 30K, you were fucked.
Yep.
But you got to figure you're making $1 million, $1.2 million every hour. I mean, in 3 hours you make that back. So
Keep conversations and mobiglass to a reasonable.
it's pretty cool.
Share space with other travelers.
So
Remember,
you said the cargo units was what 56,400 in the cat.
Yeah.
What's it going to be in the Hercules?
Well, we're going to find out. Let's find out how much is going to be in the Hercules. Mercury Star Runner. Let's go back to the ships. Crusader. Here we go. MSR is 114. The MSR is 114, by the way, just so you know. All right. Yep. There are 3 different sizes. So the consumer version has 624 SCU. Whenever you see an SCU, I want you to think of that as a pallet. So that's a pallet. Each pallet can hold 100 boxes. So figure, add 2 more zeros into that number, 62,400. So now you're running 62,400 units. Even if you can't afford to buy a lot, if you get, say, scrap. Let's say that you buy a bunch of scrap. Scrap usually runs 1.35, 1.36. We'll just say 1.4 units of scrap times, what do we say, 62,400? Cost you 87,000 to fill that thing up with scrap. And you're going to make 0.5 credits per unit. So 62400 times 0.5, see? 62400 times 0.5. You're going to make 31,000 on scrap. Cheap ass scrap. So you imagine what that's going to... Now, now that we've thrown those numbers out there, wait until this really comes into the game. Stuff like the Hull series comes into the game. We got a Hull D over here, just waiting to be released into the game. Its cargo capacity is 20,736 SCU. So times that by 100 for actual cargo. So crazy numbers. Crazy.
Holy crap.
Yes. Absolutely nuts. Yeah.
Damn.
Crazy. Right? So we said 20,736 SCU. There's 100 cargo units in an SCU. So 2 million cargo units. Oh, we're going to buy just cheap-ass scrap. 1.3. 2.6 million. You're going to make $500,000 every trip.
Jesus.
And that's just running cheap-ass
scrap.
Just cheap-ass scrap. Yeah.
So now when is the Hull D supposed to come out?
We don't even know. I've heard rumors that the whole C is actually finished, but they haven't released it because it's part of Squadron 42. Again, that's just conjecture and rumors. Until we actually see it, we don't know.
Now, how big is the Hull C compared to the Hull D?
I actually was about to take us there. We can figure that out quick. So we look at the MISC. Where is MISC? There it is. So here is our whole E and our whole D. Alright, so the whole E is the biggest hole that they have. It is super freaking huge. Your whole C, come on. I need to see the specs, please. Throw me the specs. Your whole C is kind of like the third tier of the whole series. 125 meters
Yep.
long, cargo capacity of 4,608 SCU. So
That's still what?
that's crazy.
How many times larger than a Hercules? Jesus.
Yeah, it's big. I have a whole D. I used to have a C. I upgraded that to the C2, and you're like, well, why? You lost cargo capacity. Well, because I think the whole C is going to be a more viable option in some circumstances. Because if you look at your hulls are just straight up cargo haulers. They're not going to be able to land on a planet's surface fully loaded. There's no way. They can't even touch down. So you're not going to be flying your whole C, D, or E from Microtech to Laurel and hauling scrap in it. You're going to be hauling it from space station to space station. So I mean, like, I can imagine maybe like loading up at like Everest Harbor and then going through a jump gate to say like the Nix system or the Pyro system or the Terran system and selling it there at a big space station. And I can imagine when that comes into play, that's going to be like your loading time is going to come into play, your unloading time is going to come into play.
Yep. Now, like, how much cargo can the Hull E take?
Hull E is
That's even larger than.
It's a big bastard. She's a really big one. Let's see here. Let's look at our tech overview on a whole. Tech overview specifications. 98,304 SCU. Again, add 2 more zeros to the end of that to find out how much it is in cargo units.
Holy crap.
So 10,000 SCU on that baby. Now, it's not maneuverable at all. It is not very maneuverable at all. It says right here, the lack of maneuverability inherent on such a large ship. Well, you can't even read that when I highlight it. Yeah, well done, guys. The lack of maneuverability inherent on a large ship means that anyone planning to operate them should be careful about equipping turrets and providing escort. So, have you ever flown a cat?
No, I've seen people fly them.
They are not the most maneuverable thing in the universe. They're pretty hard to steer around.
Yep.
But you can still maneuver them around. I mean, you can turn it around. You just kind of got to give it a little time to spin the nose around, and you know. But with these hulls, they're just so massive. I can imagine, like, I mean, well, they don't even list the X, Y, and Z axis on it. That's how crazy it is right now. But they're big. I mean, they're big bastards. 372 meters long.
Holy crap.
Yeah. So 3 football fields, 3.5 football fields long.
That's insane.
Yeah, it is really hard for me to fathom that, to be completely truthful with you.
Yeah, that would be cool to see in game. You know, that'd be awesome to see in game.
Yeah. Well, I remember the first time I saw a cat in game. I first started playing. I was in PO. I was landing in PO or something, and somebody had a Best in Show Caterpillar. And I typed in global chat, "That is a kick-ass ship. What is that?" And he's like, "What ship?" I said, "The big white one in PO." He goes, "Oh, that's a Caterpillar." And I said, swing it around, let me see the back end. So he spun the cat around, and that shit was just like slowly tracking around. And I'm like, that is badass. And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, well, where do you get one of those? He's like, they're not currently available for sale. And I'm like, what do you mean it's not available for sale? And he's like, if you go to Levski, you can buy one for $4.5 million. And I'm like, $4.5 million? Crazy. I mean, I was sitting there with like 20,000 in my account thinking I was super rich. I'm like, yeah,
Yep.
that's a long ways off.
Oh man.
But yeah, the cat's still one of my favorite ships. I'll be honest with you. You know, it's not super well armored. It's not super well armed unless you get people in the turn guns. But, you know, I like it. It's a big girl. The C2 I can imagine being a problem because it's so wide. You know, the cat is 30-something meters wide, so I mean it's easier to squeeze that in a tight spot.
Yep.
You know, and I know that I have an easier time landing my cat on those landing pads at Lathan and Lorville, and I've watched people's in Carricks struggling to get it lined up just right so the ramp comes down and they can get out of their ship and things like that. So I imagine it's going to be the same way with the C2s. I imagine the C2 is going to be the same way. Whoa, I got to get this landed in just the right spot so the ramp comes out and it's level.
Yep.
It takes all of us working together to keep our corps safe and secure.
Let me see if he's...
And report possible threats every time.
Your computer thing is still on the overlay.
Thanks. Yeah, I have a hotkey that's supposed to take it off, but apparently it's not working. So yeah, there's more to do. I'm not gonna say there's a lot more. Not everything's fleshed out, but they have been making progress.
Thank you for visiting Stanton's capital.
They've got
whatever your transaction,
more contracts now. So like the delivery boy contracts are a little different than how they were. Now you either pick up from one place and deliver to 3, or pick up from 3 and deliver 1, and it pays more money. You can still run the waste disposal missions, they pay more now. Your bounty hunter is a whole new tree now that a lot of folks are happy about. Because you get the certification, you can hunt like very low risk targets. And then, you know, you take the next level certification and the targets are worth more, but they're harder to hit. And it kind of goes up and up and up and up and up and up. Yeah. And then, like, these are always fun, especially if you enjoy first-person combat. The Season Destroys. It's really good with a Cuddy Red. You take a Cuddy Red out there, then set your spawn point as a red. Then you go in there, and if somebody does kill you while you're doing the mission, you just respawn in the red, grab another gun, and run out the door. So, those are fun. A couple of us have done that a couple of times by stealing the drugs to sell them somewhere else. So you kind of go from being hired gun security to being criminals in the end of it. But that was a little bit of fun. I mean, that's emergent gameplay. Claim Jumpers, I've talked about that one already. Call to Arms, that's when I told you that you take it and you get paid for killing the Reds. Boarding in action, a boarding progress. This one pays pretty well. I've heard tales of people making 80 grand on this one. It's a big space shot at 890 jump that's getting hijacked by criminals, and you have to go take out the pirate escorts that are flying around it, and then get inside the ship and take out all the criminals without injuring the crew. And there's some kind of like a there's like a device that's basically like a hacking device in there, and you got to get that taken off. If you get everything done in time, you can make like 80 grand. So
whoa,
yeah, I've never actually done it successfully. I tried it with Murd once, and I forget why we never finished it. I don't remember, we got a 30k or something. What else we got here? Delivery Boy. You can play Delivery Boy. Anything on the personals, though, If the from and all of that is shady, it's probably a criminal.
Our corp's unique vertically
So you're probably running over
Now,
something.
what do you mean by that?
such as resource
Okay,
sharing and
well,
logistics
there's
are
interdictions. Like you saw me when I was coming into Area 818. I said, "Oh wait, I have to stop so he can scan me." The space cops wanted to scan my ship and see, make sure to have any drugs on it. This what basically was happening. When you do these drug missions, they may pay super well, but if you interdicted by the cops, you want to just bolt and run. Because if they scan you, they're going to confiscate the material, and you're going to have a big fine to pay, and you may even wind up going to space jail. So we have space jail now. And depending on your crime stat level, depends on how long you're going to stay in space jail. Yeah, so that's a thing now too. They've got that in there.
Thank you for visiting our corp. Stanton's
What is
capital.
this? Kira Mine was stopped by Blackjack. Symbol arrest turned into a damn bloodbath thanks to overzealous boot stompers. Okay. So this is a mission where you're a criminal going to kill a bunch of good guys in a mining facility. There's another one that you do on Hurston,
Your personal
where
belongings are your
you're going to
personal
help Hurston
responsibility.
security by killing a bunch of drug dealers in a facility like that, or somebody who has stolen something valuable. So there's a lot more first-person combat available now than what there used to be.
Yep.
And these are just the ones that are spawning here at Area 818. I mean, if you go over to Hurston, you're going to get a whole different series of missions. There's a mission giver here named Twitch. She's somewhere in the Area 818 area, an alley somewhere or something. And then in Hurston, there's a guy in the big business building that will give you missions.
There's a question I was just going to ask, but I forgot it. Oh, God. I hate when I do that.
I do the same thing all the time.
Our corp, investing in tomorrow's future.
Oh, okay. So we were talking about like how much you could make or whatever, you know, per trip or whatever, delivering stuff. So that's all good to know, but like my question is so with that being said and how much you can make per trip or whatever, what do like ships cost in game so I can get like a kind of an idea of like, you know, how valuable money is, you know what I mean? Because like in Elite Dangerous, you have to make, you know, how many hundreds of millions of credits to get ships.
Gotcha. Oh, that's a good question. Why don't we take a look at that? In Elite Dangerous, to buy a average starter tier ship, you're gonna need under $1 million, right? Get a Cobra, you need under $1 million. To get a like the hauler and stuff like that, it's under $500,000. So if you have $1 million in Elite Dangerous, you can buy a decent quality ship. It's not going to be the highest quality. It's going to be the best of the small size and the very low end of the medium size, you know.
Yep.
So like if you want to get like a type 6, you get a type 6 for like $1 million and change, I think it is.
Yeah, because like I know how grindy Elite Dangerous can be, but because like my Anaconda right now, if I remember right, it was worth like 800 some million.
Yeah, I've got a cutter that's the cutter cost me 300 million to buy it, and to outfit it properly is $1 billion.
Trap now approaching.
So to think about it this way, in Elite Dangerous, your small class ship tops out at say $750,000. Okay, $750,000. You've got the best of the small size ships. Your best of the small size ships in this game is going to run you $1.5 million, $2 million or so.
Now, what about a big boy ship?
Now, the 600i cost me 9 million and change. That's a yacht medium size.
Yep.
890 jump, the biggest yacht in the game, I believe, was going for 30 million, 20 something million, 30 million. We're about to go find out, actually.
Now, like, if you were to buy that in the game, like, can you?
No, you can only buy ships that are available in-game right now.
Okay.
Yeah, the concept has to be bought for in the pledge store creditor, etc., etc. So I'm going to go back to the main part of Area 18, and we're going to hit one of the ship sales locations. I don't know if Delamar was in the game when you were last in it, but they pulled that out. They pulled out Delamar and Levski.
Maybe?
Yeah, they might have been. I don't know. I know that a guy I know has been a backer since 2014. He's the one that's talking in chat right now. And he said when he first started playing, it was a hangar and then it was PO. So you could fly around PO and that was pretty much it. Yeah, he played in 2011 apparently.
Damn. Holy crap.
Yeah, so he's been a backer a long ass time. He's the one blowing up my chat right now. But we're gonna go over to Astra Armada, which is one of the places that you can buy ships. The other place currently is Lorville. There used to be another place in Delamar called Levski. They pulled that out, so moved the ships around. Let's go over here and find the ship terminals. I would say that the prices are a little bit disproportionate when it comes to the ships in Star Citizen. So let's go with the starter ship. We can't even buy them here. We can't buy the Auroras here, but the Auroras usually go for 200,000, 300,000. In Elite Dangerous, your starter ship goes for, I think it's like a 70,000, I think the Sidewinder goes for.
Yep.
Alright, so let's go to Origin Shipworks and look at the most expensive ships that we have in-game for purchase. There's your 600i, 10 grand, or 10 mil. I don't even see the 890 in here. Where the hell is the 890? The 890 was supposed to be available for purchase here. Alright. So the 890 is 20, 30,000. Anvil Aerospace, they've got the Carrack. The Carrack goes for 27 million. And that's a big ship. It is almost as long as a Caterpillar, but wider. It's wider. Yeah. So let's look at some of your average fighters. Okay, we're going to look at your Anvil Arrow, under $1 million. Your Gladiator, it's kind of a combination fighter bomber. That's $2 million. I actually love the Gladius, and those go for about $1.2 million, $1.5 million. So there's your Hornet for $1.6 million, $1.8 million, to kind of put it in perspective. And you see, it's not really linear. You can't really compare the price in the pledge store to the price in game because they don't really match up. You know,
Yep.
A $35 ship in the pledge store costs $200,000, $300,000 in game, but a $60 ship in the pledge store goes for $1.2 million in the game. So it doesn't really make sense. It really isn't linear at all.
Yep.
So I'm trying to think of some other ships here. Okay, here you go. Your Mustangs. You know, your mid-tier and top-tier Mustangs are under $1 million. That's a Alien ships, there's always the alien tax. People call it the alien tax. Gray Cat goes for 15 in the pledge store. It's 5,000 here. So I mean, comparing it to Elite Dangerous, I would say it's less grindy for the ships because there's less money involved, but the rate that you accrue funds is slower.
Yep.
You know, it really is. You can spend an hour doing bounty missions, killing criminals in Elite Dangerous, and make what, a couple million? Easily. You know, that's a low risk site. Taking your time, kind of plinking on the criminals as you find them, you can make a couple of million easy.
Yep.
If you do mining, if you do even laser mining, even easy-ass laser mining in a ship, you could probably average 30 million an hour, 20 to 30 million an hour. Where you do mining here, if I go out for 30 minutes mining in my ship, I might have a really good day and make 200,000, or I may have a shitty run and only make like 80. So the numbers don't really match up. I mean, I honestly think it's less grindy in Star Citizen, but it may be just that I enjoy what I'm doing more in Star Citizen, so it may just feel like it's less grindy.
So how much does a mole cost in game?
I believe someone said it was 5 mil, about 5 mil.
It's not bad.
No, the Prospector's 2 and change. So you get the Prospector at Lorville. And food and drink is in the game now. I don't know whether you know that or not.
I don't think they had that when I was playing.
No, it's brand new. It came out fairly recently. So what happens is, after a while, your character starts getting thirsty and hungry, and you gotta buy a drink or take a drink out of your inventory that you saved to basically stay alive.
Yep.
They're still, obviously, as everything else, it's still in development here, so the timers get a little wonky. Like, right now, I haven't eaten or drinking anything in 2 hours, and I'm not dead. But there could be a time where, if I don't eat and drink something in 30 minutes, I'm dead. So, I mean, the timers are a little bit wacky, depends on how the server's doing. Oh, it's crazy. So. Yeah, Steve's saying food drink came out in 3.9. That sounds about right. I know I didn't do it in 3.8. I joined in 3.7. Food and drink wasn't a thing there. In 3.8, food and drink wasn't a thing. That's when I started doing most of my mining in 3.8. So yeah, cargo currently at this moment, not the most effective for making money. I've heard that if you do it during the times of day that most of North America is in bed asleep, that you'll do better. Apparently, Americans love to run cargo, apparently. So, I don't know if that's true or not, because I'm usually on when most people are on. I mean, we're getting a time of the day when most Americans are probably in bed right about now, so maybe a good time to check in and see. Maybe a good time to check it.
So, okay. So like, let's say you're out in a mole or whatever, mining and stuff. Can you, like, do you have to go back to, like a landing pad or wherever to, like, transfer your stuff to a different ship? Or can you, like, do that, like, actively? Like if you were to bring multiple people with you and they had ships alongside you and stuff like that, could you transfer stuff to their ships without having to go back to like a port or whatever, or no?
Well, currently we can't transfer cargo from the mole to another ship. There was talk that eventually that's what those little cargo bags on the bottom were supposed to be for. At some point we were supposed to be able to eject those cargo bags, another ship take custody of them, and then take them off to be refined somewhere, and you just keep on trucking. That's not currently in the game yet. So what happens when you mine either the prospector
Now
or the
arriving.
mole is you mine until you're done or the ship is full. You go to a refinery station. There's 5 of them now. And you dock your ship at the station, either store it or leave it on the pad, it doesn't matter. And you take an elevator to the refinery and you have 2 choices. You can sell the ore outright at that time. You say, hey, I'm willing to sell you this ore for 50,000.
Yep.
Or you can say, no, I don't want to sell it for 50,000 because the point is you could put in a refinery order. You could go to a different console and say, hey, I have material in this mole. I want you to take it out and process it. You choose one of 4 or 5 refinery methods. You can choose the quick and dirty method, which is going to give you about a 50 to 60% yield over what's in your cargo hold, and it'll be done in a couple of, hour or 2, and then you can go take it to custody of it and go sell it. Or you can choose the long, slow method, which may take 2 days, a half days, but it's going to get you like a 90% yield, 95% yield. So that one would give you more income, but you're also waiting 2 days for it to get processed. And typically what I do, if I don't think there's going to be an update or a patch for a couple of days, if it's super valuable material like Quantanium or Bexolite, and I'm not in any major rush, I'll just say, hey, we'll do the slow method, and I'll let that process, and then I'll take custody of it. I'll come back later when I get the little update on the screen, say, hey, your refinery order at her L2 is finished. So I'll grab a ship, go over there, and take custody of it. I'll go to the refinery console and say, hey, I want to collect this, put it in this ship, and then I can fly that ship just like I did here, Area 18 or Laurel or New Babbage, and sell it. So when you joined the stream, you came into the point where I was just picking up the mined goods to sell them. I don't know if you can still hear me or not.
Yep.
Cool. All right. Yep. So that's where you came in. I like that better, to be 100% truthful with you. I like that better. I feel like it's more full-featured. It just seems more real to me.
Yep.
I mean, before you would just mine it, go to a console, and it would magically disappear out of your ship, and you'd get credits for it. So this way you have choices, depending on how much of a rush you're in. And you can see that Quantanium. I picked a middle of the road refinery process and made 200 and something thousand on it. If I'd have picked the best one, that probably would have been up to close to 300,000.
Crusader Industries, a journey worth taking. Systems on.
So what's all coming in the new
Clear
update?
to launch.
Anything like big or?
Well, yeah, there's going to be the C2 is going to come out not immediately in 3.12. They said it'd be like 3.12.1 or a later release. So I wouldn't expect the C2 to drop immediately on the release of 3.12 or 3.13. But what is going to happen is they are adding more depth to the bounty hunter missions and the cargo missions, things like that. Or the criminal missions. You go in there and you find the criminals and kill them. Right now, it's this vague little reputation. Oh, I killed this guy, and now I have a better rep, and I can take better quality missions and stuff like that. Oh, that joystick is just stupid. But what's going to happen is they're adding an interface to the Moby Glass where you're going to be able to see what your reputation is with this bounty hunter group, and this bounty hunter group, and with this organization, and things like that. Yep. So that's a big update. I mean, I don't do a lot of bounty hunter missions, so I don't think it's going to have a huge impact for me personally, because I mainly like to do cargo and mining. But I know a lot of people love to do bounty hunter missions, especially lately since they've made the changes, you know, to the payouts and things like that. A lot of folks are just doing bounty hunter missions back to back to back to back. Xenothreat was a thing. You missed that. Xenothreat was a blast. So what Xenothreat was basically a bunch of pirates. Decided that they were going to interrupt the Navy's cargo supply missions, and you basically have to go in there and defeat the pirates and grab the cargo supplies and get them where they needed to be. But it was fun because there was a giant capital ship that would come into play at Idris, and you had to try to help them with the Idris, fight off the enemy Idris, and you could make bank on that. You could make pretty good money on that too.
Yep.
Yeah. I played it. I had a time where I played that one, and let's see, I want to say $500,000, and I didn't really put in a lot of effort. I mean, if there was a red ship showed up, I tried to kill it. One of us killed it.
Yep.
I didn't do any cargo hauling in that one. I basically just ran escort for people who were doing cargo hauling. And then when the Idris showed up, I flew over there and basically blinked at it because it's a giant capital ship. It's fucking huge. But that was fun. They call that a dynamic event. And there were 3 stages to it. The first stage was you had to go over there and get the cargo out of the ships that had been blown up and help get it to the station. And the way that mission worked is it would keep going until all of the needed materials were delivered to Jericho Station. And for some reason, the people that I was with, they weren't in a big rush to get the materials to Jericho Station. So it wound up taking like 2 hours. In that 2 hours, there were 2 iterations of the Idris that showed up, and it paid like $25,000 per person each time.
Damn.
Yeah. And then plus anytime that you killed an enemy ship, you got like 2,500 or something like that. It was nuts. I mean, it was literally hundreds of ships just getting killed over and over and over and over. So it was nuts. I'm trying to see if maybe one of my old cargo routes is viable right now. But, yeah, so it was pretty good money. It was awesome money. Hey, got another human follower. Thanks for the follow, GeoRunnus. I appreciate it very much. But, yeah, that was a blast. They did say that more of those are going to be coming in the future, so that's something to look forward to. Trying to think of what else you could do. We talked about combat, ship-to-ship combat. We talked about the drug house missions like that. There's a group bounty mission where if you're in a party, you can take these missions where you got to kill like 3 different people, and you got, I want to say it's 30 or 40 minutes to do it. So, those are fun. The payout's decent on those, too.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's Steve. He's in his Carrack.
That thing is huge.
Oh yeah, it's. I told you it's almost as long as a cat, but it's wider, which is wider than a caterpillar. The MSR is smaller. I just want to say it's about half as long as a cat, maybe a third as long as a cat, but it's super fast, which I really like.
So now, like, what all is that Hercules going to be able to do? Is that strictly just cargo, you think, or are you going to be able to do other stuff with it?
Well, it's got decent guns on it. So, I mean, if you've got 2 people to put in turrets, you're going to have decent boom booms. And it's got plenty of cargo capacity. It's got enough room to honks the big-ass tanks.
Yep.
So, that's something, too. Is it's a big, 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 big girl. Landing gear.
Landing gear up.
Don't you mean down? I hope you mean down, Kate.
Landing gear
Please tell me you mean down. Whoa! I must have a wind here. So let's see if cargo's viable here or not. I used to do cargo runs from this place back to Area 18. Weather's a thing. So, it used to be that when you exited your ship, it didn't matter what type of planetary surface you were on, you were fine. As long as you had oxygen, you were just peachy.
Yep.
That is no longer the case, as you're going to see when I hop out here. It's going to give me a survival estimate. It's going to say you have X number of minutes. See, there it is, 12 minutes. So if I don't get in somewhere that is sheltered, then I might die. And there's different types of undersuits you can get that will protect you better in hot weather or cold weather. I don't think I'm in the right building. Nope, this is for the package deliveries. This is not the right building. These are not the droids we are looking for. And you notice that there's like wind blowing you around and shit out here too. It's pretty cool. For a while...
Yeah, they've definitely added quite a bit.
Yeah, somebody left their package. Medical waste? Yeah, medical waste. That's where we spawn our... Where is the other building? There it is, way down there. But like right now I'm fighting the wind, so he's not able to move as fast. And that Carrack now has a medbed in it, so you can set that as your spawn point. And as long as you die within, I want to say 50,000 meters of it, you will respawn inside. So a lot of traders were using that to their advantage. They would run out and buy cargo, kill themselves, they'd spawn inside their Carrack, and then they could just fly it to where they needed to be and use that as a shortcut. Kind of like the Suicide Express. Yep. Yep, Ted is back. Let's see, what do we have that we can buy here? Alright, so Laranite, 7 SCU. So normally this would be in the 80s. So not an option for me right now. Diamonds. What's her availability of diamonds? Only 38 SCU of diamonds. Really? Let's try astatine. That was my backup of always. 29 SCU of astatine. So I can't even buy a full MSR full of astatine. And I used to buy full cat loads of astatine here. So this is what I mean by trading being kind of fucked up right now. Now, if
Yep.
I felt like it, I could probably buy Stanton here, fly to another station on the moon and buy another 20 or 30 SCU of that, fly somewhere else, buy another 20 or 30 SCU of that, and finally get a full ship that cost me about 60,000-70,000 to buy, and then go sell it and make around 7,000. But that's a lot of work to make 7,000. I mean, I would spend an entire hour to make 7,000 worth of profit on that. Or I can hop in the mole and go mine for 30 minutes and make anywhere from 30,000 to 300,000. So right now, for me, mining in the mole is the better option, or even mining in the rock. So like right here, you know what? Let me just show you. Where's Platinum Bay? Platinum Bay, Platinum Bay, Platinum Bay. You're looking for the blue lights. There it is. You can take out a rock, which is one of those driving mining vehicles you saw earlier.
Yep.
And the rate of return on those is crazy high right now, because it's so quick. I mean, I can zip around this moon, find mineable materials, run the rock back here, and sell it right here at this station, then go right back out and do it again. Rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. Hey, Pennerud, how you doing, buddy? Haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing well. Pennerud is one of our channel regulars. He's in and out of here all the time. He's awesome. If you see him in game, definitely hit him up. He's a great guy, knows his shit.
What shit?
He knows his shit, doesn't he? Hey, Murd. How you doing? Murd, this is Z. Z, this is Murd, one of the guys I was telling you about. He's awesome. Murd also plays that game that you play, Valheim.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, I'm just getting into it, so not very good at things yet.
And better than me. So Z has been a backer for a while, but he hasn't been in the game for a little bit. We're kind of trying to give him a refresher.
Okay.
Feel free to ask any questions. Murd is much like I am in that we both enjoy helping new players out. We enjoy just basically tooling around the verse and having fun, making credits.
Yeah. We used to be able to do crazy things like park ships on top of ships. So
Yeah.
New Deal and Lorville, but they put a roof over it, so we can't do that anymore.
Bastards. We're just going to have to stack them on top of the roof. You know, we're going to have to find the biggest ship, put it on the bottom, and then the next biggest all the way up and just make Christmas trees out of it.
The biggest ship? Okay, the Aurora.
Absolutely. Start at the bottom and go up, right? I love the Aurora. That's why I got 2 of them. Man, you can hear the wind rumbling in this place. Jeez. Reminds me of my time in North Dakota. Murd is one of those you're probably going to want to add to your friends list in-game. Yep.
Why?
Because he's super... Oh, damn it, I forgot to put on my armor. Son of a bitch. Go and change your armor. I've soiled my armor.
Naked person.
Yeah, well, we're going to do that in here because it has a habit of removing your helmet when you change your underoos and forgetting to putting them back on.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're going to find our cold weather underoos. Nope, that's not it. Where are you? Oh no, tell me I'm not missing my underoos. No, I'm good. My Pembroke's missing though, you notice that? No, there it is. Okay, I thought they'd be in alphabetical order, but they're not. So, armor, helmet. Whoa, it put it on automatically? There's our dipshit choking and gagging. There we go. Are we viable? Are we gonna die when we open the door? No, we are not gonna die when we open the door. Sweet. Come on, let me out. Let me out. I want to get out of this place. There we go. See, now you notice that my survival estimate's gone way the fuck up. So I'm less likely to die. Yeah, you do it right. You can crank out the money in the rock. I think people were telling me the average was like 300,000 an hour.
Holy crap.
Yeah. Nothing to sniff at.
Systems on.
Nothing to snip at. So this is gonna find some.
Thank you. Please continue.
And the thing about the rock is, once you fill the rock up, you can take the goods out of that rock, out of the cargo in the back, put them into your inventory, your suit, and then carry them inside your ship and make a cargo box. So you could actually, if you really wanted to, you could find like several rock forts and then go sell. I am not seeing any blips at all on the radar. Tell me I'm missing something here.
Okay, you're missing something here.
I'm not seeing any kind of indication at all. I thought I'd find something at least. Plunk, there's a rock there. Come on, let's find something to mine here. There's gotta be something on this planet to mine. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. I would have expected to find it by now. Weird. But heard you missed it earlier tonight. I'm out there in the air in Halo. Oh, cool. Z says you could drive into the ship and drop it as one crate. That worked out pretty good. Alright. But earlier tonight, I was out in the air in Halo, and I hit these rocks. It's 38% Quantanium rock and a 5% Quantanium rock. Wound up getting back to the station with about 40 SCU worth of Quantanium. Got there in plenty of time, but it wouldn't let me refine it. When I go to refine it, it says an error occurred. I've got creepy in the mole, and that's when it goes critical, and boom, went inert. So I'm like, what the hell? I was pissed off. Quantanium's worth about 80,000 a unit, or 80 credits a unit. So
Oh.
Yeah, so you get a mole half full of it. That's 46 SU, 4,600 units of it. Yeah, so it can be quite profitable. That load would have been delivered to station. Probably would have made me 400 to 500,000.
Holy crap.
Yeah. I mean, you saw what a quarter load gives me, 250,000.
Yep.
So, but Quantanium's risky. If mining is boring, Quantanium is far from it because it's really hard to break it. It's very volatile. It's very resistant to the mining laser, so the laser's all over the place. It's hard to keep it in the green zone, the safe zone, to mine it. This ship, you got 14 minutes to get out of your ship before your ship blows up. And any bumps super duper hard. Because if you do, then it gets even smaller than that. So there is the incentive to get it, but it's risky.
When do you think you'll be streaming next? Because I might be heading out here as it's, you know, like 20 to 4 in the morning.
Oh, wow, dude. Yeah. I'm probably going to stream tomorrow.
Okay.
Yep. I'm going to stream tomorrow. I'm going to head to bed myself. I didn't realize it was that late until we started talking. I'm like, holy shit, it's 3 a.m. I got to get some sleep. But
yeah, it's 3:44 here, so...
Yeah. Well, you've got the Discord. Feel free to pop on anytime you want.
Okay.
The crew are awesome. Mern is one of those. We all help each other out with questions, escorts. We're always here to help each other out. And there's a variety of games. So
yeah, I'll definitely have to.
Yeah, thanks for throwing me a sub. I appreciate it. It helps out.
Yep.
Alrighty,
well, I'm gonna head to bed because I still gotta drive back to school tomorrow.
Oofta, dude. Yeah, get some rest.
Yep. Alrighty, I'll see you later.
See you, buddy. Bird, it's good to see you, buddy. Hey, Sneaton's here. Why is it everybody shows up as I'm thinking about Sneaton? I'm streaming at the wrong times. I need to just be an early bird. Sneaton, how you doing, buddy? There's another MSR over here. I hope Sneaton is doing well. Merge. Steve wanted you to drop him a PM.
Okay.
Yeah, he just put it in channel chat. So you're playing Valheim too, huh? Merd and Zorn and... Is Ron playing Valheim? I don't have the game, Sneaton. I don't have Valheim, to be honest with you. So I'm not playing it. I don't have it, so I'm not playing it.
Yeah, one problem you could be from this friends list.
Okay. He's on the stream, so he'll hear you in about 7 or 8 seconds. I'm not Interstellar. Oh, interested? Yeah, I am interested in it. I just don't have the I don't have the disposable funds for it right now. Yeah. 2020 has been a rough year. We are still trying to get caught up on everything, buddy, to be completely truthful with you. It'll be one of those things that maybe later. Here we go. So let's see here. Can we repair? Steve, how much is Valheim in US dollars?
20.
How much?
20.
Oh, 20? Okay. On Steam or something?
Yeah.
Okay, to answer your question, Eaton, it's 20 US on Steam. Awesome.
Launch complete.
There we go. So I think what I'm gonna do is land this thing. Yeah, I just tried Walla. It's picked over, dude. The refresh rates are just shit right now. Even Astatine was just gone. There we go. Ooh, easy there, joystick. You don't need to be doing that. Ah.
Quantum travel engaged. Landing gear up.
Hmm. I love how the momentum carried over after I quantumed. Open contacts.
Contacts.
That's not contacts. Oh shit. Server's 30k in. Damn it. Yeah, everything is opening up the star map. So either we are 30k'ing or I am incredibly lagged. Yep. It's a numeric error message. A failure. A failure. There it is. Rut-row, Raggy. Rut-row. There's our numeric failure. Wah, wah. Right? It's crazy. This is... I want to say 4 for me? 4 for me today? It's nuts. But honestly, I think I'm about to dip anyway, because it is 10 till 4. I am exhausted. So,
And I'm waking up, so.
yeah, dude, I wish I could just hand the reins over to you, have you just take over and go, but earlier every time 30k 30k 30k. Now, I was quite fortunate earlier today. I was going to do a cargo delivery, some mining stuff that I had done, and I just had the sneaky suspicion like the server is acting flaky. I don't know if I want to run cargo. So I parked it and landed it back at the station, and sure as shit, 30k. So, crazy. All right. Well, Z, you are more than welcome to hang out in the Discord. It is a group Discord. Murd is in there now. He's the voice you're hearing. He's in general voice chat.
He's hearing voices.
Yeah, well, I'm always hearing voices. Oh, crap, Z, I was going to let you spawn the cat. Do you want to do a group launch and I'll spawn the cat for you? I forgot about that. I mean, if you're going to be on for a little while. hit me up later. I'm always happy to spawn the cat for you. It's no problem. Alright, guys. I am going to get some sleep ease. I am tired. Y'all have a good night. Yeah, no problem. Sneak, always good to see you. Pinneroot, always good to see you. Wait. Alright, Sneak, I'm waiting. What's going on, buddy? You know, Sneed, it's almost a year, buddy. I've been streaming for coming up on a year. Yeah, dude, I can wait 2 minutes. It's fine. Z, I'll go ahead and spawn that for you, okay? We can meet up somewhere and I will spawn the cat. Sneed's got something going on. I'm not quite sure what it is. So we will load in and I can spawn the cat if you want for you. I don't know where you are. What was your last spawn point? Mine was area 18, so that's where I'll spawn in. Okay. So let's meet at a Lagrange station in the middle. I'm trying to think of what's in between Lorville and area 18. The glorious 10-frame planet. Yeah, that's about right. You just wait till Orison. Orison's going to be horrible for frames. You know that, right? Yeah, it's going to be beautiful, but it'll be like tick, 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 tick. Yeah. Yeah. How about New Babbage? How is New Babbage for you? Hey, Sneeden, thank you. I appreciate that. Sweet. Ka-ching. Sneed, I appreciate it, buddy. I really do. I think I see Valheim in my future. Sneed, I thank you very, very much. Appreciate it. I will get that installed. Yep, I will get that installed tomorrow. And I'll probably see you guys in game. I am assuming that my handle is available. Yeah, now I can sleep. Assuming that that handle is available, I'll pick my normal one. Yeah, let me spawn this cat for Z-Boy, Z-Man, and then I'll get some sleep. You get 10 to 20 in New Babbage? Depending on where I am in New Babbage. There are certain parts of New Babbage that it is just crawling. My frames are crawling. And then the areas where you think it'd be shit are actually decent for me. Okay. I'm not sure what's going on here.
Exercises.
Yeah, but here's the interesting thing is he has this gun. He's in an armistice zone with his gun. For me, it's video card. I know my issue for me is the video card. Yeah, video cards are a bit of a challenge right now. They're rare and super expensive. CPU is not horrible for me. I believe I'm running 3.2 core, if memory serves. I think I'm running 3.2 core. 4 cores. That is going to help you a lot, Sneed. That NVMe is going to help you a whole lot. This main board doesn't support NVMe, so I have to run mSATA or SATA. I chose to run just basic SATA. Come on in, buddy.
Tram now leaving the station.
Oh, wow, nice. Nice.
Tram now leaving the station.
Helmet, buddy. I hate to see this guy get out there and be like, oh shit, I'm dead because I didn't wear my helmet. Nope. There we go. We're trying to screenshot it, but it's not showing it. Lorville's glitching out again and rendering all glitched. Black sheets. Yeah, dude, if you can't get out, don't worry about it. We'll just do it at another time. It's really not a big deal. Okay. Why is my dude all janky? My dude is all janky. Alrighty. So he's not wearing any armor. It was like, fuck it, 200 pounds when I checked it, 250. Yeah. Yeah. It's a good investment, though. Okay, so I'm not wearing armor, but I'm wearing armor. Let's see here. Let's go to armor. Unequip. Thank you. Save.
Now arriving.
Awesome. Good timing. Helmet, buddy. Yeah, okay then. Yeah, I'll go ahead and head to bed then. I'll claim my ship that 30k'd and then crash. I'm sure I'll see you later. There we go. Let's get in here. Claim my shit.
Hello, and welcome to Riker Memorial Spaceport,
And claim.
servicing the greater Area 18 metropolitan area. We hope you have safe travels wherever your final destination may be.
Remember, your personal belongings are your personal responsibility. Gothic rave party. Yeah, I know what that's like. Alrighty. Well, I am out of here.
Alright, man.
Everybody have a good night, day, morning. I'm not quite sure what it is for everybody. I already know what it is for you. And I will see the rest of you guys later. Bye.
Offer amenities